also lost their semi-final match in that close encounter with Poland.
They have their same team versus France, the gold medalists at last year's World Championships team. They have also
yeah, the world champions didn't quite do it, and although very extremely disappointed, should I say, they will have to come back and they'll have to fight now for third place. Tam Chik Sum, Chan Wing King, Zhong Men Chai, Hong Kong, China, and they will be up against, of course, the very experienced French team, Ludovic Lemoine, Maxime Vallet, and of course Damien Takatalian. And he will be obviously calling every shot, I'm sure, all the way through, as he always does, and just questions almost everything, but he just fights for every advantage that he could possibly fight for. So get ready for it. It's all action now, and everybody just setting up their equipment and making sure that everything is in order.
Well, France were so devastated with their loss at the semi-final. There's a chance to win a bronze. They would have had to move on from that defeat, come back ready to fight. They will be the favourites if you go by World Championship team results. The reigning world champions in this event. The best that Hong Kong, China have managed. The bronze 3 years ago in the team. But consistent. A bronze from 2011. They only managed 5th at last year's World Championships.
Well, I always say that the bronze medal match is sometimes the hardest one to contend, because obviously disappointed, and especially if you're the world champions and you expect more or you want more. Sometimes, of course, it just doesn't happen there. You can't always be on the best of form. Sometimes you do get beaten, but still high expectations, and then you've got to dig in then and fight for third place. So just setting the wheelchairs. Wheelchairs will be strapped to the floor. They can't move at all, although sometimes they do move up and down the platform as part of the platform, but that's normally when you get a couple of the category A athletes in the chairs, because they have a wider range than the B category, a wider range of movement, that is. And we'll see. And the unusual thing is that we have at least one B category athlete in as part of the team. So 2 can be category A, 1 has to be category B, at least 1 has to be category B. So what we do have is matchups between category A and B, and as we go through the actual event, and as we go through the 9 matches that we've that makes up the whole event, then what will happen is we will have different tactics that will be displayed, and we'll point those out to you as we go. The order of the fences as well, very important. It goes in 5-point increments, and there are 9 bouts, and the 9 bouts, although we've got a 3-minute time limit up there in foil, it doesn't hardly ever goes anywhere near the 3 minutes. So it's over very, very quickly. It's very explosive. The foil coloured part of the jacket there, that's the target, front and back, and sometimes some of the shots, the flick shots, go over the back there and still register. So nothing else will register.
Well, the foil blade's so malleable, so light, that a flick quite easy to perform, unlike the épée, where it's a much less frequently used move.
Yeah, it weighs about a pound or just under half a kilo for some of the younger ones. So just measuring up now the distance, and the distance between the fencers is always measured the one with the shortest reach. But the referee's behind there just making sure that they're posturing so that they're not leaning forwards or backwards in order to get a false reading there. So they're very strict on it. And we're just about ready to go here in this bronze medal match.
Well, the first match-up, Cheong of Hong Kong to Gatlian of France. They test their weapons against each other's foil jackets, and then the protocol of saluting the referees, the crowd, and ultimately each other. Mask comes on and you can see the clock set, as you mentioned. The referee will be sat on the edge of his seat quite literally, as he has to make some tough calls in these tense environments. And straight away the yellow card has come out, and that's because Gatlian was just a little bit too quick off the mark and tried to initiate his attack before the match had even been called to start.
Yeah, and two of those yellow cards will be a point against. So every point here is hotly contested. It really is, and every point counts. First point up to Cheong of Hong Kong. Like I say, it's 5-point increments, and there's a yellow card there up to Cheong as well. So say, for example, Gatlian goes 5 points up, then the next people come on to the piste, and they have a chance then to catch up the deficit, because the next bout will be up to 10 points. Well, close this. Gatlian pulls a point back. He's wily, isn't he, Gatlian? Very experienced. Every trick in the book.
Look at the lean coming from Gatlian, closing the distance as much as he can.
Yeah, they've got to make sure that the backside doesn't come off the wheelchair. Well, they can keep one buttock, I think, in contact with, and there are judges that will make sure that they do that. Gatlian gets the second point. Well, you can see the movement that they've got, and well, just to give you an idea, the the B category wouldn't be able to come out that far. But we had one that actually just that fell out the chair because just committed too much.
Well, they can lose balance after the hit has been scored, but if, as you mentioned, too much of the body, more than 50% of the derriere has left the chair, then a card would be produced. The first instance, a yellow card, as we can see, both athletes have already been awarded a yellow. Whatever it's for, the next card, the next offence is always a red.
But the yellow cards after the 5 points, they won't count anymore. That it's a brand new match starts. Well, that was a very important 5 points there, wasn't it, for the very experienced Damien Decathlon. Takes France 5-1 into the lead. Well, it's a good start for France.
Well, the mask just had to be put back on for the result to be confirmed. Cheong Menchai just getting one touch to Damien Decathlon's 5. Well, that is the opening score for the overall teams. The first bout, a team always love to get that advantage, taking the pressure off them and putting it onto their opponents as the next two fencers will come onto the piste.
Well, the other two are on the piste, and Shan Wen Kin of Hong Kong against Maxime Valet. Just having a little chat there together just before this all kicks off. So actually just to test the equipment, just to make sure that the end of the foil is working correctly and that they've got a good connection.
Well, this weapon, the name of it is a bit of a giveaway with the foil jackets. The only area to score a point on the torso. And that includes the bottom part of the bib of the fencing mask. You can see it's got that foil covering. Both were checked at the start of this bout.
Yeah, well, he just wants another check there. He's not quite sure. He thinks he connected, and it didn't connect how he wanted it to connect. So it might be another foil. We all have to have spares. And a little bit of a problem, haven't we, with the electrical equipment?
Well, it is finely tuned, and as soon as there's one problem in the circuit, it'll show up. But the problem is you never know exactly where the difficulty is, where the circuit is faulting. And it's only by process of elimination. And where there's so many connections, so many wires, starting with the tip of the foil, the socket where the body wire plugs in, that's just behind the guard. You'll see some of them as they're preparing, just plugging in. Then there's the cables, just seeing there, that connect the jackets to the mask, making sure that the mask is actually all part of that circuit of the scoring area, just the metallic bib of the mask, obviously. Body wire attaches to the spool, to the ground lead, and then eventually into the box. And that happens on either side respectively.
And now there seems to be a little bit of a problem with Valet's So they'll have to check him out now. Well, it's never a nice place to be when you're just waiting to get on with things and you've just got to wait.
Well, we have seen quite a few halts in proceedings today with the team relay and the foil weapon. But the athletes in these situations will be relaxed because it's nothing to do, well, it's not their issue right now. It looks as though the equipment failing could be that of the competition organisers. So the best method in these situations is just to switch off, but be ready to switch back into competition mode as soon as the problem is solved. Conserving not just physical energy in these situations, but really importantly, that emotional and mental energy.
Yeah, well, it is, isn't it? It is emotional and takes a lot of, which is why, of course, when you are straight back into action, sometimes you can be struggling for breath. Heart rate goes up. And doesn't necessarily mean that your condition's not that good, but it's a lot of nervous energy as well. Well, I guess this is one of the difficulties when you've got electrical circuits that are required as part of the equipment, and if you get a problem with an electrical circuit, then you've got to have the electricians in straight away to sort the problem out, and it's a process of elimination. Well, everything seems to be okay now. And if you have a look at the score there, France 6-1 up. And that is quite a tidy little lead. Only the second bout, this one. So one of the points been taken off, so it's 5-1.
Well, such a point to prove, France, after losing their semi-final match, whilst being reigning world champions. This could be seen as a consolation. They can win the bronze.
Well, of course, the difficulty for the referee, well, we had a little knock there, didn't we? Difficulty for the referee is to determine who gets the priority, who actually instigated the movement. So he has a harder job, much harder job in foil. And that's why if you see a double hit, they'll have to decide who actually had the right of way, who had the priority. Would you say who instigated the technique?
Well, initially, so this is why you have the fencers so quick off the mark at the beginning and sometimes seeing the yellow card awarded for starting so fast. And there's a prime example of starting so fast. If it's a direct hit, it'll be the person who actually started the movement first. A direct hit being pretty much an arm extension, getting the point on target. But there are several ways to regain the priority. So beating the blade out the way, waiting for the opponent to retreat, and you are then in charge of the attack, the counter parries, and that's what all the signs from the referee are coming through. But it's very difficult to follow in real time with the naked eye.
Well, and also difficult for the referee to follow as well sometimes, which is why he'll, if need be, he'll have a look at the video referee, the video playback. Two 1 up in their private battle here, Valet and Shan. But it's team tournament, and so it's the overall team there, and you can see it's 7-2 to France.
Well, there, the attack initiated from the right, a hit onto the opponent on the left, and then the referee awards the point to Valet. One point away from concluding this bout. Shan Winkin getting a little momentum. 3 points now to Valet's 4. The Frenchman just wanting one more point to end the bout. And there's the cable that connects the mask, making it part of the target area.
So Valet will want to get the 10 here, going 6 ahead to the next bout. And Shan Win-Kim will be doing the opposite. He'll want to get that score down.
Well, he's doing a good job. Equal on points now, 4 apiece for Chan against Valet. Valet has stayed just so close to that necessary 10. He's just stuck 1 point off. Chan creeping closer.
Yeah, really doing well here, isn't he, Shan, and pulling Hong Kong back into this. Isn't it amazing how it just changes?
It really does turn around so quickly. But each of these 3 fencers in each team will have to fence 3 in the other, and we'll expect to see many changes in momentum, and quite possibly in the lead order. And at the moment, Hong Kong are looking threatening towards that lead that France had. They had a lead of 4 points at the start of this bout, and now it's down to just 1.
So 9 each. Wow, didn't he do well then? Now he's put Hong Kong into the lead.
Well, that wasn't too an impressive opener for Maxime Valet, but it was France choosing to put their category B fencer on early, so we'll expect to see a change in lead quite possibly when Hong Kong, China put forward their category B fencer, and that will be in the next bout. Well, the appeal has meant that point taken off, and still Valle has chance to put France back in the lead.
Well, now it's confirmed again, and Chan Wing-kin puts Hong Kong 1 point ahead, and that was a great comeback from him.
A lot of flicks. You can see Chan there taking the priority with the beat of the blade and then finishing with a touch on the body. So change of lead, Hong Kong, China lead France 10 points to 9. Bout number 3, Tam Chiksum, a category B fencer, up next for Hong Kong against Ludovic Lemoine, category A for France. So if that last bout was a mismatch, in theory, this one will be too.
Yeah, this is where France and Ludovic Lemoine will be trying to pick up points.
Already his first point on in this match, his first point of his first bout, and Ludovic Lemoine has asked for the video replay.
Well, we said that every point is competitive and every one so important. 45 is what they're aiming for over the 9 bouts.
Well, if the challenge is unsuccessful, Hong Kong will have a lead of 2 points. This is the first appearance of 3 for Tam Chiksum and Ludovic Lemoine in this bronze medal match. And the referee stuck by a divisional decision.
Aggressive fencing from Lemoine, and he gets a point back.
Lemoine bringing it back to 11-all. This the chance for France to regain that lead. Anytime a category A fencer comes up a category B, that's a chance for that team to make up for any points they might have lost or extend a lead that they might already have.
Well, this match is up to 15, so that's what they're both teams and both fencers are aiming for. Well, here's your example of referee wanting to see this in slow motion.
Well, he has that advantage. Chance to watch it 4 times when he chooses to, if necessary. Also, can confer with the video analyzer. There'll be a fellow qualified referee.
So now 13 to France, 13-11. And Lenoir will want to take this to 15 to give them a big, and he's one off it. Well, he's brought a couple of points back. Tamshik-Sum. Just off target. Wasn't quite on 2 white lights. Yep, and that's it. It's 15 to France now.
Tamshik-Sum managing 3 to Ludovic Lemoine 6. It was limitation of the damage for Hong Kong. They came into this bout with a 1-point lead, but they knew it would be tough with a Category B against Category A. So now, after the first third, when all 3 fencers from either team have made an appearance, there's only 2 points separating these 2 teams in this bronze medal match. Bout number 4. See Cheong Meng Chai come onto the piste against Maxime Vallée. Everything must be working precisely. Nothing left to chance at these Paralympic Games. Cheong Meng Chai in the first point between these 2 fencers. But interestingly, France have their Category B fencer back on already. Maxime Vallée actually was a fencer before the accident that put him in a wheelchair. So someone who took up the sport and returned to the sport as a Paralympian.
Part of that team, that world-winning team. But never competed in Paralympic Games, so he'll want this medal, that's for sure.
So close in the first third of this bronze medal match, and France might have hoped to have a little bit more dominance early on. Very quick by Valet, but not getting it on target.
No, just missing out every time. And now 2 ahead. Xiong Menchai. 4-0 up against Valet. Well, he just started a little bit before the alley.
Well, this is a real example of how things change around and how the order that the fences come on can make so much difference, because a deficit can really be turned around when you have Category B against Category A. And that's what we're seeing right here. Maxime Valet not able to hold his own or even maintain the lead that he started this bout with, compared to Xiong Menchai.
Yeah.
Xiong now just 2 points away from sealing this bout.
Yeah, you can see it, can't you? Just the movement, but that was that a point? He just can't, he hasn't got the same kind of movement in the chair, and it does make a difference. Xiong Menchai taking advantage of it. So 1 point away now from winning this bout. We thought that was all over, but it's not.
So close. Valet adding a second point, doubling his individual score. Xiong Menchai still dominating though with his 6 hits to 2. And he got there, just giving 1 more point to France. So 7 points to 2, Xiong over Valet. And that now puts Hong Kong, China 3 points back in the lead.
Confirmation, Hong Kong, China, 20 points, and France, 17. Next up, Tam Chik Sum against Damien Tukatalian.
Tam Chik Sum will be aware of the advantage he has over Damien Tukatalian with the points. Those 3 points that he has as a lead could be vital if he's going to maintain Hong Kong on the top at the moment, because he is a Category B and up against the very experienced Catlian. Catlian finished 7th in the category A individual foil, whereas Tam Chiksum, not only a category B fencer, but also specialising more in épée and sabre. So the two other of the three weapons used in fencing. So on paper, as we've mentioned a few times, France in this situation should be the stronger in this bout. But France also, on paper, should have won their semi-final match as reigning world champions, and now they are finding themselves behind Hong Kong in this bronze medal match.
Yeah, it doesn't always go according to plan, does it? Can Catlian pull this back? There's 1 point.
Well, it'll be the first to 25. So Catlian will be fully aware of his job here, and that will be to not only reach 25 before Tam, but to try and limit the amount of hits that Tam can score. Straight away to Catlian, questioning the referee's decision, asking for review.
Catlian thinks it was his point. I was going to say he has to accept, doesn't he? Because otherwise he'd be there all day, wouldn't he?
Catlian will be expecting to get more points than Tam by some considerable margin. He'll need to if he's going to put France back in the lead. Tam asking to check the connection from to Catlian's jacket.
That's going to bring France to within 1 point.
Remise from the left. Tam adding another point. Catlian reacting. Trailing 1 point again. And now, for the first time in this bout, Hong Kong are equal with France at 22 apiece. But Tam having another hit on target, the category B fencer. And this seems to be 1 apiece as Catlian reacts quickly. 23 apiece again. 2 away from winning this bout. Who is going to get there first? It's a race now to 25 points. And so fast off the mark. France, 1 point away. A shake of the head by the 44-year-old Frenchman. Just whipping inside the jacket, inside the foil jacket by Tam. The attack from the right, point confirmed.
lot of contact, but not on target. Well, this really is back and forth, isn't it?
So close. Both fencers desperate to get 25 on their score side, and it's Hong Kong, China, who think they've got the point. But Sakatlian won't risk anything. He wants to check. He's asking the referee just to check the tip of his foil. It's working. He doesn't understand, but he understands he has to shake the hand. The referee's decision's final. And that was not what France were hoping for. Sakatlian 7 points to Tam's 5. But Hong Kong, having just put their category B fencer on, are still leading, even if it is by such a slim margin.
Yeah, like you said, just not what they wanted. They wanted points here. They wanted a points differential. So you can see it there, just 1 point in it.
We move on to bout 6. Chan winking. And up again. Budovic Lemoine.
A bit more, a bit. No, back, bit.
Chan winking.
Okay.
Foilist and épée fencer. Competed in both those individual events. Just missing out on the quarterfinals though, finishing 9th in both of them. Lemoine only managing to compete in the individual sabre, but did actually progress into those quarterfinals.
Well, for those that have just joined us, this is the bronze medal match, and there is the Mexican wave going round Carioca 3, and just a little bit of disturbance for the fencers. They're on now about 6, and they're going up to 30 now. It's the first one up to 30 on the board.
Attack. Push. 1. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque en fer. Push. 1.
Well, this match really is proving to be far closer
Prêt. Allez.
than many might have expected.
Attaque. Voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
Movement back and forth of the platform along the piste.
Yeah, they get so much movement in the wheelchair, and although they're stuck and bolted to the floor, the piste, they slide along the piste. Such is the momentum.
Both fencers celebrating simultaneously after the simultaneous hit, but only one fencer can be awarded the point. Well, we'll wait to see how the referee analyses that. And it is Chan who had the priority in that situation. So Hong Kong, China back up to a 1 point lead over, a 2 point lead over France. Chan leads Lemoine 2-1.
Well, this is a close match. It really is. Just checking there to see if his foil was connected.
Pre, allez. Attaque simultanée. Engage. Pre, allez. Attaque, paré,
Really does seem to be going point to the left, point to the right.
Engage. Pre, allez.
Not only the points of the foil, but the points on the scoreboard now. Chan, with 2 victories in a row, suddenly puts Hong Kong just 1 away from finishing this bout, the first to 30 in bout number 6.
Pre, allez. Attaque simultanée.
Not allowed.
Pre, allez.
Crowd getting behind this bronze medal match.
Finale attaque de gauche.
Both fencers trying desperately
Engage.
to get that priority, get their point onto the target, onto the foil lame of their
Pre,
opponents.
allez. Attaque, paré, riposte, voilà. Engage. Pre, allez. Reprise de attaque.
Then 1,
Engage.
3 points in this bout, but he's still trailing the overall score that China have
Pre,
by
allez.
2, and they are so close to rounding up this bout.
Attaque, paré.
1 more needed by Chan.
Engage.
He's got 4 points so far. He needs that total of 5. Lemoine, however, will need a total of 6 if he's going to put France back in front.
Well, what a close match.
Pre, allez. Attaque.
So now one point off, equalising, and Hong Kong, China, 1 point off finishing this bout.
Engage. Pre, allez. Attaque, non voilà. Engage. Pre, allez. Attaque, paré, non riposte, la remise. Engage. Pre, allez. En finale attaque.
Well, again, now asking for a review. So we'll go to the video review. Chan Wen King thinks it was his. So it failed, and so he won't be able to do another, and he'd do one more. He has one more, but one of them is used up now. So either one of these now could go to the 30 mark and take their team into a lead, and it's Le Mans that gets it. So he'll be so happy about that, because it was going away from him.
Well, there were quite a few tense moments throughout that bout. Chan Wen-kin looked to really have control over Ludovic Nawan. But that crucial final green light sealed it for France. Now, France back in the lead by just 1 point. The first to 45. We are 2/3 of the way to deciding whether Hong Kong or France will pick up Paralympic team bronze.
Just how important are these last two matches?
Incredibly important. The order that the fencers come on in will affect the score, no doubt. These orders have already been put in, so it's not the teams choosing as they go along. Maxime Vallée testing the foil bib of Tam Chiksum. And this, a relatively even match on paper, both fencers, category B. After this, there'll be 2 matches remaining. The 2 category A from either team contest the opponent they've yet to fence. And I think that was a bit quick off the mark, and Vallée knew before the referee even reached for his pocket.
Yeah, yellow card. Quite on the 8 of Ali, but just a little bit quicker. Well, now with these last 3 matches, it starts to get very interesting. So this is up to 35. Tam will need 6 points to get up to 35, and Vallée needs 4.
You can hear the foil blade whipping through the air. It's that fast. I think we're going to see quite a few reviews still to come. Vallée asking, but I think content with the answer that he was given by the
decided
referee.
against it, didn't he?
France don't want to give away any points at this late stage. The final time on the piste for Tam and Vallée, and after this they will just have to sit back and see what their teammates can do. This proving to be just so close the whole way through. We saw the early lead for France, lost it bout number 2 to Hong Kong, got it back in bout number 3, lost it again for the next 2 bouts, and then that final bout we just saw, they regained it. So the lead really changing every bout or every other bout, and with this 3 from the end, we can expect to see plenty more excitement. And Vallée this time saying, I don't understand how that was not my point. And the referee using the ability to have another watch from varying angles. Well, that was a worthwhile appeal by the Frenchman. Point awarded as a result. So you can see why the fencers, when they're so sure, why they wouldn't ask. Hear the contact. The point of the foil on their opponent.
Like you say, you can hear the whipping action as well. And they were almost stuck in there. That was 35 now to France. They're 5 ahead.
Well, things starting to go the way of the French. And that bout did considerably turn things around. The hands have been shaken by the fencers, but They're asked to remain in position until it is concluded. Patiently waiting. And the mask just had to go back on as part of protocol. And the referee awards that 5th and final point to Maxime Vallée. 5 victories to Tam Jixum's 1. A significant moment in this match for France. Just catching guards at the end of the bout. Tokalian really getting excited. He will be the final fencer on for France, so we'll be pleased to see that lead opening up. France with 35 points. Hong Kong now trailing by 5. Chong Meng Chai up in the penultimate bout against Ludovic Lemoine.
Yeah, Tokalian was celebrating there because obviously the bigger the lead that he has in that last bout, then the bigger the advantage. But it is team, isn't it? It's all about team effort. This important for the individual and the individual bouts, but the team, overall team, and that magic number of 45 is what they're after.
That is the ultimate goal in any team relay match. And that goal just becomes even more yearned for when medals are at stake. This the match to decide who wins the bronze medal in this men's foil team competition. The penultimate match. Chong Meng Chai for Hong Kong, China. Ludovic Lemoine for France. Evenly matched by categories. Just 2 bouts remain. And a great start for Lemoine.
Well, how quick was that? That was just like lightning. And again.
Well, now the reigning world champions in this team event could be starting to show some of their pedigree. Chong Meng Chai not going to be intimidated by their status as world champions. He has got his eye on the bronze medal just as much as Lemoine.
Well, both of them claiming the point. They might just have to make a small adjustment on that platform right now. And I think that's what Lemoine is asking for. Referee just wants to get on with it.
Well, Lemoine will just be wanting to get on with the points. 3 away from ending this penultimate bout.
Yeah, and all of a sudden something wrong with the point again.
Well, the cable just unplugging from the jackets of Cheong, and therefore when Lemoine's foil point, foil tip made contact, nothing happened on the scoreboard.
Step closer again, 38. To off winning this bout. 3-2 to Lemoine in their personal match. Zhong Meng Chai needs to pick up points. Oh, he gets it. What a point to get. 39 points now to France. What a very quick response there from Zhong. So takes France now just to 5 points of the bronze medal. 5-3. He won his match against Chong Menchai, but he takes France, which is the most important thing, into 7-point lead. Can't celebrate yet.
Well, the French fans were treated to watching their team on top of the podium in the men's épée team event. And now Chan Wing-kin will have some work to do if he's going to beat this man, Damien Tokatlian, because it isn't just an individual bout to 5. Tokatlian needs just the 5 touches, whereas Chan Wing-kin will need not only the 5, but add to that the 7 that he trails by, that his team trail by. 12 points to Tokatlian's 5. It's doable. We've seen comebacks like this throughout these relays, but France do have their most experienced fencer on the piste right now.
Yeah, it's a tall order, isn't it, for Hong Kong, but as you said, we've seen some remarkable recoverers. Right the way out of his chair there to Tokatlian.
Tokatlian with a cushion still, but he won't want to let that slip away. And soon getting his first point on will help him stay relaxed.
And another one back there from Chan.
Chan Wing-kin is not going to make this easy for Tokatlian, but certainly France must be thinking, this is ours.
Wow, that was very, very quick, wasn't it?
Well, all the French can do is sit and watch and hope that their fencer, Damien Tokatlian, in his 44 years of wisdom, can maintain the calm. But Chan Wing-kin, already with a Paralympic bronze medal from 4 years ago, is showing his experience at this level. And now Hong Kong are 3 points away from France. Tokatlian pulling it out the bag at this crucial moment.
Yeah, Tokatlian, 3 points, that's what he needs. So exciting stuff here. We got a fight back here from Shan Win King. And they're going to have to just quick readjustment of the platform again. Bit of a pity that, because the momentum was starting to really build.
Well, this is turning into such an exciting finale to the bronze medal match.
Oh, he gets another one back. Now he's on 40.
The French supporters must be sitting on the edge of their seats. It looks like a comfortable margin for Tokatlian. And he gets 1 point closer. 2 away from securing the bronze for his team. Chan now 5 away. But only 3 behind France. And this card being held up to the French fencer. He cannot afford another penalty. It would equate to a point to Hong Kong. Tokatlian already with 1 warning.
Well, no pressure on Tokatlian. Not much. The experience now will see it kick in, because he needs 2 points here to win the bronze medal for France.
The parry riposte had come from Chan, and therefore Tokatlian had lost his priority that he'd initiated, and he got from initiating the attack. But he didn't agree with the opinion of the referee. The French desperate for 2 more points. Hong Kong, China hoping that Chan Win King can get 5 points over his opponent before Tokatlian can get 2. It's come down to such a fine margin. This final bout looked as though it could almost have been a foregone conclusion. It is anything but right now. The scores remain.
So close with those, really.
Chan thought he was on target, checking his points. And it's going to be a red card. This is so costly for France. And Hong Kong, China now 2 points away from equalising in this final bout. Tokatlian making up for that point he just gave away with the mistake. Now France 1 point off the bronze medal. Chan Win King with quite a challenge on his hands, but he has an 8-4 point lead on the individual standings. Now, was that before or after the halt?
Well, he's going to have to go again.
And it's another red card. And another point to Chan. Chan, 9 points. He needs 3 more. Tokatlian, 4 so far in this bout. Just after 1 more point. Tokatlian just getting a little too eager. And the referee out of his chair. He is checking everything. He knows he cannot afford to make any mistakes. This is nail-biting stuff.
It really is, isn't it? It's just so close. They went for experience with Tekatlyan.
The suspense waiting game.
Wow, you can cut that with a knife, can't you? You really can.
Damian Tekatlyan has made 2 mistakes. He has given 2 points away already.
It's gonna have to go again.
And it's another premature start, and this is going to be so traumatic. Chan of Hong Kong now only 2 points away from sealing the bronze medal. Tekatlyan 1 point away. It really is incredibly tense. It could be 1 point that decides this bronze medal. It could be this next point. The referee not willing to announce any point lightly. Could this be the final decider? Who had that priority?
Wow, this is just so close up.
And France had the priority. France now have the bronze medal. Damian Tekatlyan, he gave away a few too many points for his liking with those red cards, but he sealed it finally. So close for France. But they are now celebrating the bronze medal. Hong Kong, China will be runners-up in this semi-final.
Well, that was absolutely amazing, and well, it doesn't get closer than that. I don't know how many times I've said it, but it just keeps going to the wire every time. And the French celebrate. We saw it yesterday with the French, and they've done it again. They've stolen another one, and well, to say stolen is perhaps not the right word, but you know, they battled all the way. It was a really fine line, and they just managed to get it ahead of Hong Kong. Tekatlyan just kept his cool in the end. France win the bronze medal.
Well, a party atmosphere in the Carioca Arena 3 for the French, and that's going to be led by Damian Tekatlyan. He really had everybody on the edge of his seat. A victory by 2 points, but nobody will remember quite what the score was. They will just remember France with the bronze medals around their necks. And the celebrations continue. Damien Tokatlian, quite a colourful character. Well, two men's teams from France, 2 medals for France in 2 days. Hong Kong, China will leave empty-handed. What a comeback it was at the end for this team, but just couldn't quite do it. And the French fans, the Brazilian crowd, loving this French trio. Maxime Vallée, Damien Tokatlian and Ludovic Lemoine, making the most of this enjoyable moment. No one more than this man here. Damien Tokatlian, what a celebration. I think is going to continue into the night.
He certainly looks a lot happier than he did when he was rolling down there after the semi-final, that's for sure. But big celebrations, like you say, and fully deserved as well. That was an amazing match. Well, don't go away, we've got more action. Bronze medal of the women's, and it's going to be Italy against Hong Kong, China.
Here come the women's team for the bronze medal match. The team of Hong Kong, China leading the way. Well, they have just seen their fellow teammates, the men's team, lose their bronze medal match so closely to France. And Hong Kong, China finish this session on a high in this bronze medal match for the women's foil team. And they will be up against the team of Italy.
Yeah, they've already met, and wow, that was a tough one, wasn't it, as well? First match in the pool, and this young lady here, Beatrice Vio, was extremely disappointed with the end result there. But this is different because it's another match, and it is also for the bronze medal.
Well, we are in for another nail-biting bronze medal match. Hong Kong, China up against Italy. And it was only 2 points that separated these two teams in the pool.
Yeah, it was very close all the way. And there's the team, Regina Trigilia. We've got Beatrice Vio and Andrea Mogos for Italy. The Hong Kong, Yu Chu-yi, Chan Yu Chong and Na Justine Charissa. And they are the fencers for the teams, and good atmosphere there. Vio in good spirits, but so too Hong Kong. And that's the thing about team tournaments. Is that everybody gets behind everybody else.
Well, what a close semi-final it was for Hong Kong, losing to Hungary 41 points to 40. So they have had to pick themselves up from that. So close to making it into the gold medal match. So close to guaranteeing themselves the medal. Just 1 point in it against Hungary. But they can't dwell on that, because now they have a chance to see if they can repeat the win they had over Italy in the pools and finish on a positive note with a bronze medal.
Yeah, you can't reflect on it. You have to just pick yourself up, dust yourself down, and get on with it. And this young lady here, Beatrice Vio, she is a real winner. She has pulled Italy back and back into contention on every match. And you've got to remember, she is the gold medalist, the foil gold medalist, individual gold medalist, but in B category. And B category, well, she went head to head with the gold medalist from category A, and well, it was a humdinger. It was a real tough match. It was great. It was a great match. And actually Vio coming off the better of the two. But she's pulled so many points back, and this is what the team tournament is all about. Fighting for every point and then pulling the points back at certain times throughout the contest. There are 9 individual bouts, each one 5 point that can be won, and if you're behind, it means you've got to make up more sometimes, because it'll start off with 5, then it will go the next one to 10, 15, all the way up. So it does give you a possibility, if you've got a strong fencer against one of the weaker ones, to make up the deficit.
Well, this quite an unusual situation, having a medal match that's almost a replay. Well, it is a replay from the pools. Now, Justine Charissa will open against Beatrice Vaux. And these two opened the very first match of the day. So for their final match of the day, it's gone full circle. But Italy will be hoping for a very different result. They were so close and they were devastated. And that was only in the pools. So this now, not a pool, this is a bronze medal match. The winning team will later be proudly on that podium. The losing team will go home pretty devastated.
Yeah, Beatrice Vio was devastated. Like you say, it was in the pool, but it meant such a lot to her. But anyway, it's a brand new day, really. It's the end of the day, but it's a new tournament for these two teams, and it's it can have a totally different result at the end. So the chairs just get their final adjustments. This is all ready to go now. So the bronze medal match then in this women's foil competition.
Here we go. Round 2, so to speak, in this team match of Italy against Hong Kong, China.
Straight into the attack there, Vio. First point up to Vio. Slightly different tactics here. Now Justine Cherita. Just staying out of distance and letting Vio come to her. Just wants to attack every time, Vio.
Well, we have seen her on a few occasions lose some points and get warnings for initiating an attack just ahead of the referee starting the point.
Celebrates the second point.
That was incredibly quick, but it was just after the referee had called the point.
Team points on top and the individual points between the two fencers just below. So now 3 points to 1. She just puts everything into it, Vio.
And these celebrations so early in the match just show what this means, how important this is to every single fencer, all 6 fencers, the 3 Italians, the 3 from Hong Kong, China. And look at this for energy and effort. This is almost exhausting to watch.
It's just unbelievable. It really is. She is so pumped for this, Vio. Now Chili's trying to defend. Just need a small curve on the foil. Just off target with that one.
Desperate to get to one more touch. So give Italy the early advantage at the changeover.
Well, the referee will have a look at that just to see. And just to see who had the priority, who initiated. Checks it on the video replay. So second point goes up to now Justine Cherita. Well, every point just so important.
Theo desperate to have one more point against Na. That's all she needs, and the frustration of the Italian as she lets this advantage slowly decrease. Just leading now by 1 point. And it's been brought back to a draw. Great fighting spirit by Na of Hong Kong. Off target by Vio. The desperation from both these fencers. One more point each. They are both after, but there's only 1 point allowed. It's the first to 5. But right now it's the first to 1.
Don't forget she's fighting A category. Wow, so aggressive. Well, they couldn't have started any better than this, or any closer either. Trying to stay at a range. Now Justine Teresa. Oh, she gets it. And gets the 5th point. But made to fight for it. She had to work for that.
She most certainly did. Beatrice Vio 5 points to Na Justine Teresa's 4. Italy open up this match with a 1 point lead. And the ferocity between, look at that. That is not on fast forward. That is real time.
That is actual time there, isn't it? It's just amazing stuff. So aggressive, and then
I love those celebrations from Vio. She puts as much effort into that as she does into every point on the piece. And Italy will take that. They've had their category B fencer take the lead over their category, over Hong Kong's category A fencer. So now Yu Chu Yi up next against Loredana Trigilia, out number 2. Saluting the crowd, the referees, and each other. And then, once the masks are on, the bout begins. You can just feel the urgency of both these fencers. That was an attack from Yu, a parry riposte from Trigilia, a parry riposte from Yu to regain the priority. And then she was awarded the hit.
well, I can see this going all the way like this.
The crowd quiet, watching intently in this intense situation.
Yeah, they're being treated to our fest of fencing. This is just terrific stuff. It really is.
So close, 7 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, it is individual match, of course, between the two, but it's all about accumulating team points. Hong Kong just ahead now then, 8-7.
Well, Tragilia just said to the referee, a video. Well, that was the score before the video analysis. So the referee will have to watch back. And he's allowed to change his decision, but this decision will then be final. And his initial decision remains.
Well, you do get the feeling, don't you, that it's going to be like this all the way up to 45. Yellow card there.
We do see so many more cards coming out in the more pressured situations as the intensity builds.
So quick there. Chui.
One more point needed for Yu Chuyi. Two more for Tragilia. And it looks so we've got an equipment malfunction. Defence is very aware of their points and normally pretty sure where they touched, and that was most probably on target by Yu, but the hit not available to be awarded. No light on the target. Tragilia brings it back to 9 apiece.
A little bit of a sigh there by the Italian coach.
And that was a very important hit for Tragilia if it does stand. The referee initially awarding the hit, but also celebrating Chan Yu Chuyi. Tense moments again in this second bout. We have 7 more bouts to go, and I'm sure many more tough decisions for the referee, but he won't be taking any risks. And he's just overturned, not only taken the point off Tragilia, he's awarded it to Yu. So that quite a dramatic end to the second bout, so much so the coach feels it necessary to have a word with the referee, but he's asked to leave. The referee's decision is final. So many tight moments, and watch that. Who is first? You can see the arm drop from Tragilia, just giving right of way to Yu. So tight, all of these points, but also so important. And that decision just completely turned things around, and Hong Kong, China now lead Italy 10 points to 9.
So next up on piste, Chen Yu Chong. Andrea Mogos, her opponent, and well, it just suddenly changed there, didn't it? It was all Italy, and then we thought Italy were going to come into this match just ahead, but it was the other way around. Here we go then. This up to 15. Well, you can feel the tension. You really can. Well, you'd think that this was a chance. Chen Yu Chong, of course, is the B category fencer, so not quite as much movement in that chair. And Andrea Mogos will be wanting to take advantage and try and get points. There's one. Remember, this is up to 15. Straight away, just moving out of range, Mogos. Just smoothing down the front of the tunic there, just so now you can see just the difference of the range of movement within the chair. And another point there from Mogos. So any point is a very important point. So even if it comes down to just tactical play in order to gain the point, got to keep in a distance there, and she knows that Chen Yu Chong will have a job to reach her.
Just so close, this match.
Yeah, it's just going 1 point at a time, all the way up.
It's not really a surprise, as after 45 points in the pool that Hong Kong finished with, Italy had 43, and we saw it to remain close throughout. Well, now a chance for Italy to get back ahead with their Category A fencer up against Hong Kong's Category B. Chance to add those valuable points, because the tables will be turned later on. And Italy have their Category B, although having said that, Italy have the unusual situation where their Category B fencer might well be as strong as, if not stronger, than Andrea Mogos, the less experienced of the 3. And that's maybe showing a little here. As Mogos only just 1 point more than her opponent Chan at this stage.
Yeah, she's just staying out of range and then trying to decide when to come in, but Shan waiting for the right moment. So 2-2 between Shan and Mogos. Now it's 3-2. And Italy on 12-12 again with Hong Kong, China, and doesn't get much closer. It really is a tight match.
Apiece. If we could count how many times the score is brought back to a draw, it's quite remarkable. The battle continues. Back and forth, trying to regain that priority.
Yeah, this is up to 15. There's still 3 points each to go.
A lovely flick over the top of the shoulder by Mogos against Chan. 3-all for the two fences on the piste. 13-12 for Hong Kong, China, Italy. Still 3 apiece. Hong Kong, China, with that 1 point lead over Italy. Almost a minute gone on this bout.
Yeah, which is unusual, isn't it, for foil? And (13-13) and still 2 points to get.
Really close. Very slow progression through the points. And Italy now with a 1 point advantage. Mogos with her 5 points if this stands. In the background, Theo waiting anxiously.
Yeah, she's just waiting to go again. Yeah, that's a fact.
So much at stake. Bronze medal will be decided at the end of these 9 bouts. The referee just listening to what Chan has to say. The common language, English, but the fencing language, actually French. So the instructions of en garde, prêt, Ale used at the start of every bout. Tense moments whilst the athletes can just sit and wait, trying to stay relaxed yet focused. The fencers just in their own zones, waiting patiently. Mogosh knows she needs just one more point. Even the coaches with their heads in their hands. Well, it's obviously a very complicated point that needs to be checked so many times. Only 4 views of the video replay, but now the technical officials also getting involved. So maybe something a little more complicated than first thought on this review. 3 referees, a technical official, whilst the coaches, the athletes and the spectators just wait on patiently.
Well, I'm sure we're going to get all sorted any second now. The athletes. Well, here we go. 14-13.
Because the video is broken, but it's running now, so I can offer you a video and you keep your video request, okay?
Well, the video had some technical issue, so they didn't manage to watch the video, but Chan has been told that her video request she's allowed remains. But so does the score.
Yeah, well, it's a compromise. You can't, if the video wasn't working, then you can't pull it back. But gets the point in the end there. 15 now to Italy.
Andrea Mogosh, 6 points to Chan Yu-chong 3. She would have expected that, being category A over the category B fencer. But Mogosh only 28 years old and didn't make her international debut until the World Cup in Warsaw, Poland in 2013.
So 15-13, very close. After 3 bouts, next one will be up to 20. And it will be now Justine Charissa against Loredana Triglia. So this up to 20, and that 2-point differential there for Justine Charissa. She can pull back.
We're back on a level playing field with the categories. 2A fencers now. Just in case it can get any closer, this match. Italy celebrating wildly. The first point of this fourth bout. Can hear the referee with his microphone loud and clear. The crowd waiting, watching and listening very intently. And this bronze medal match, the winner, the first team to get 45 points, will win the bronze medal. And Italy now with a 4-point lead over Hong Kong. Trigelia doing a sterling job over Justine Charissa.
Yeah, look how it just changes, just straight away changes, and it's another point as well. So 19 to Italy now, 4-0 to Trigelia.
Now just asking for permission to put the correct curve back onto her foil blade. Another disallowed touch.
Well, the 40-year-old absolutely doing a sterling job here.
And there it is, that fifth and final point for this bout. Loredana Trigelia, 5 points to Justine Charissa, 0. And this, a more successful meeting for the Italians at this point in the match. Just to remind you, these teams met in exactly the same order, because the order cannot be changed per team. They submit their 1, 2, 3 fencers before the relays begin. It's Italy leading now, 20 points to Hong Kong's 13. Chan Yu Chong from Hong Kong up next against Beatrice Vio. This the meeting of the two Category B fencers.
Yeah, and this morning's bout was taken by Beatrice Vio, and it was extremely quick as well. But Chan Yu Chong will be wanting to put that right. Well, full-part amputee athlete has to wants to put her own, always puts her own prosthetic on and then fits the foil to the arm.
Trigelia should be happy with that result. She puts her team in the lead. Beatrice Vio, the new Paralympic champion in the individual foil, comes up against Chan Yu Chong, the silver medalist from the épée team event, bronze medalist from the épée individual event in Category B.
Vio just making sure that she's really strapped in there. She just It came a little bit loose in the previous bout, and so she needs to be able to move in that chair. Such a dynamic fencer. And now just working out the distance, and then they'll be ready to go.
Final test. The foil bib of the fencing mask. Final salutes.
It's then to 25. Just straight in there, just so quick. 1 point up to Vio.
Initiating that one as well. Focus. The young Italian.
Could be a yellow card there for Jeanne. Just trying to beat the gun, or trying to beat the alley, should we say.
Also trying to beat Vio. She manages to there. First point on the board for Chan. Still trailing Vio 2-1, leveling it. Now this, not expected here. Vio, the Paralympic champion in the individual event. We saw her dominate in her semi-final, 15 points to 1. Convincingly win in her final.
So another point to Vio, increasing Italy's lead.
Another tense moment, another pause in proceedings. Frustration, that decision. And now, Chan with one more point on the board than Vio.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration there now from Vio.
Yeah, a bit of surprise, I think. The Italian team really rely on Vio to pick up the points, most certainly against the Category B fencer, and even picking up some against Category A. But right now, she's trailing 4 points to 3. The overall lead still looks good for Italy, but they'd be hoping to increase it. And now Vio just needing one more point so she can put Italy firmly in the lead before handing over to her teammates. Point stands. Vio just one away. And there it is. Biachesvio brought it back at the end after a little lapse. 5 points to Chan Yu Chong's 4, but only extending the lead by that 1 point.
Well, she was under a bit of pressure, wasn't she? But then, you know, again, people just expect it now of her, and so just needed to calm herself down, but pulled it back in the end.
25 points Italy lead to Hong Kong's 17. Yu Chui now against Andrea Mogos. What can Mogos maintain against Yu Chui? Both the same category, but not quite the same experience. And Yu already proving that there. She has the silver medal from this Paralympic Games in the individual foil, but she was the Paralympic champion at the previous 3 Paralympic Games. And this is just shining through already. Mogos didn't even start fencing until Yu Chui had won a gold medal at 3 Paralympic Games.
That's incredible. What a great story.
More tense moments, more pauses. The referee delivers it to the Paralympic silver medalist, Yu Chui.
Well, of course, this is where now they could catch up. She's got a long haul, hasn't she? But she's got to pick up 10 points. So this is up to 30. So Yu Chui has got a long way to go, but at least it's the chance to do it and to pull this back and to pull Hong Kong back into the running for the bronze medal.
What can a 28-year-old Andrea Mogos do against this multi-Paralympic medalist?
Well, she's got a tall order trying to get to 30. This lady attacking her like this. Ready to go. Well, that was a very important point, that one, for Margus. Just needs 2 more points now, August.
She's probably surprising herself at this stage, but it'll be amazing how quickly Yu Chui can turn things around. Such experience. The fencer from Hong Kong. Such pedigree.
So a yellow card given to Mogos. Want to jump the gun, I think, just in too quickly. So now closing the deficit to 5 points. Now it's 4.
Well, here we start to see the sheer experience shine through of Yu Choi-yi on this Paralympic stage. Competing in her 4th Paralympic Games, Nadia Mogos made her debut at the Paralympic Games just 2 days ago.
Yeah, and that experience does make a big difference. That's point 25. Hong Kong coming right back into this. Yu Choi-yi. Well, she thought that hit then. Well, celebrating almost every hit, but no light. Well, coming back into this, isn't she? And this is how it can all change, all within one bout.
Well, this is what we might expect by the current silver medalist. She was denied repeating that gold medal performance in the final. She does not want to be denied the chance of a bronze medal in this team.
Yeah, 8-3 ahead of Mogos in their battle.
So quick there, Yu Choi-yi. Again. Now, if that point's allowed, Hong Kong will be just 1 point behind China.
How
Behind
quickly?
Italy.
Yeah, how quickly it changes, it really does.
You can see the referee's hand going up behind. He had spotted something. The Italian coach trying to get Mogos back in the zone. She was doing such a good job early on against the much higher ranked fencer. Just getting a little off track. And there it is. And it's now equal. A very expensive red card to Mogos has put Hong Kong on an equal score with Italy. Now, a tall order for Mogos to get the next 2 points before you. It'll all be paused at 30 and a changeover for the next 2 fencers.
Well, coming into this bout, Italy were in the lead. Now they're 2 points behind, and it's all of a sudden changed. And she kind of lost her focus there, didn't she? Andrea Mogus.
Well, the previous Paralympic champion, the current Paralympic silver medalist in the individual event, Yu Choi Yi, just put 10 points on into Italy, and China, Hong Kong, China, now back in the lead in this bronze medal match. Just 3 bouts remaining. Chan Yuchong face Loredana Triglia. Both of them, their final bout. This is the last effort that these fencers can put in. But Triglia so keen, so determined for a point, just ahead of the referee's call. And already giving a yellow card, but already getting a point back on target. There's a chance for Italy to get back in the lead. Triglia, category A fencer, up against Chan, category B.
I think this is going to go to the wire again, isn't it? It's going to be very, very tight.
It's certainly looking that way at this stage.
So now Italy back in the lead. Chan Yuchong not going to make this easy for Triglia. Every point from the very start of this match has been celebrated as though it's the winning point. They have been so close. They knew at the start that this would be close. The indicator from the pool where Hong Kong triumphed Italy by just 2 points, 45 to 43. Is it going to end up such a nail biter at the end? Because it has been for all of this match so far. That scoreline reflecting just 1 point difference. Yeah, I think it is going to be exactly like that right the way. It's just been passing back and fro. 34 now to Italy and 2 advantage. That was an important one there for Triglia.
Seven points to 2 for Loredana Triglia. Took her a little while to do what she needed, but those final couple of points will play a big part in this overall result.
Yeah, so Italy 3 points ahead, 35 to 32, and next up we have Justin Chirisa against Andrea Moskos, and this is the penultimate match. So every point now just so important. Moskos has asked for a review.
Another tense moment. The nervous energy from the coaches. They wait helplessly from the sidelines. Also for the teammates, this the penultimate match. And Hong Kong, China, creeping back on Italy. Mogos contesting that decision. And supporting the crowd, not approving either. There could be some Italians watching on in this crucial part of the match.
Yeah, not happy with that at all.
Referee calling halt. Anything that happens after that, unless the move had already been initiated, will not count. Getting close to equalising again. Na of Hong Kong. 2 points against the 0 of Mogos. And now we are back to equal scores, the first to 40.
I think it's another point as well, is it? Yeah, certainly. Her inexperience here is starting to show through because she's under pressure here. And remember, this is up to 40. So a chance now for Justine Charissa to put points on the board here for Hong Kong. Well, she's definitely the one that's finding problems here, Mogos.
You heard that contact, the flick, as the tip of Mogos's foil made contact with the chest of Na. .36 apiece. First to 40. Mogos starting to find some form when she really needs it.
Well, this is when you've got to dig deep. This is when you've got to go.
And it just continues to remain so close, point for point. Na has brought back that deficit. She, with her 5 points to Mogos's 2. Both teams 3 away from finishing this bout.
Yeah, head keeps going down, Mogos.
Morris just asking to check the equipment. No, 6 points to Morris's 2. Now moving up to 7. Not allowed, but it has been contested. Another review. Well, she was coming forwards as Mogos was retreating. And the Italian coach getting a little vocal in these tense moments. And the referee's initial decision remains. Well, a point off from Mogos as a result of that review. So very costly indeed. And now, Nah must be feeling confident. She just needs one more red light with priority before Mogos can get 4. And by looking at the scoreline, 7 points to 1, it's unlikely that Mogos can now turn this around.
I think he's talking about the point that was taken off.
It seems as though that might have been a technical mistake on the scoreboard. And this is impressive by Mogos. Suddenly back within 1 point.
Yeah, it's a fight back.
But no, Justine Chalissa maintains her call and reaches the score of 40 with 8 points over Mogos's 3.
Yeah, she won't be happy with that. Andrea Mogos didn't go quite as she wanted it to, and well, it meant that Hong Kong are now in the lead, and it's down to this lady here to win it for Italy, to take them home.
It's going to be quite some match. We have the silver medalist from category A up against the gold medalist from category B. But it's the category A fencer who has got a 2-point lead. What a celebration by Beatrice Viau. But no point is going to be given lightly. The referee's initial decision stands. Italy trail Hong Kong by 1 point in this final bout of the bronze medal match.
That was brilliant there. Yi getting a very important point.
So quick to initiate. Yo. Just poised, ready to go on every call. But it's Yo. 2 points to Viol's 1. But more importantly, now we need 3 away from winning the bronze medal for her team. The result of these two teams meeting in the first match of the day many hours ago was a score of 45-43 to Hong Kong, China. And right now only 3 points separating them again in the same order at the moment. Can Italy turn the result around in the nick of time?
Well, she needs 6 points, doesn't she, Beatrice Vial? And it looks like it's going to be very, very difficult to do. Just moving out of range, isn't she, Yi? Frustration for Vio. Oh, and another one there for UC, and that takes her within 2 points and takes Hong Kong, China so close. Just staying out of range. Great tactics from Yi.
It's looking more and more difficult now for Beatrice Viol. But she was going to fight and fight for every point. The cheer of the support behind her, deafening in the Carioca Arena. Still trailing by 3. And Yu Chuyi is so close to sealing it for Hong Kong.
Oh, she gets another one. That's within 2 points now.
It was such fine margins in the pools. It's been such fine margins from the very start of this match. And this would be an incredible story if Beatrice Viol, a Category B Paralympic champion, could bring back a deficit over the Category A Paralympic silver medalist.
Yeah, listen to the crowd now, really starting to go. And this is great drama in this Carioca 3 arena.
Not allowed the tension, the effort, the concentration. Viol disappointed with that. She felt she had her point on, but The light didn't register. And gutting when things like that happen at this stage in a competition. The coach looking in despair, but nothing that can be done. It can't be changed retrospectively. So Vio will have to not let that get to her and just prepare again to repeat the hit. But Yo will be ready. Yo is ready, and again, just off target. Disconnection on the jacket for Vio this time.
Well, how close can this get?
It looks as though it could end up being as close, if not even closer, than it did in the pools. Well, now Yo Cho-yi needs just one more point to win the bronze. Beatrice Vio needs 3. It's a tall order, but we just saw the Italian pull back the margin. And
Wow.
the crowd are loving this.
Absolutely.
As are we.
It's just amazing stuff, and so I'm not sure which way that's going to go.
The drama, the dramatic movements of
Yeah,
Vio.
Vio thinks she's got it. Wow, the crowd would just erupt if she gets it.
But still, with considerable work to do if she does. She cannot let Yo Cho-yi get any more points. She cannot give away a single point. She cannot give away a single error. She has 1 yellow card. And it's been awarded to Vio. Now, 1 point separates these two fencers. 1 point for Yo Cho-yi away from the bronze. 2 away for Vio.
Oh,
And
she's
look
got
at
it!
this.
Oh, that is unbelievable. And she's equaled it up now, and anything could happen here.
Oh my goodness. This is just unbelievable. The next point in this match will determine whether Hong Kong, China or Italy win the bronze. This is an incredible comeback by the young Beatrice Vio. Can she do it?
Wow, she thought she had it there.
She is furious again. The technical equipment letting her down. That was a point on target and it wasn't registered.
Wow.
This could be heartbreaking for Italy. Yo Cho-yi, a category A fencer, up against this young Italian category B fencer. I cannot reiterate how tremendous this achievement has been so far by Beatrice Vio. She has got 6 points to Yo Cho-yi's 4. This unheard of, and at such a critical moment.
Well,
Wow.
it is. It's critical, and well, that she knew that was on target as well, but it has to go on the light, doesn't it? It has to go on the light.
This
And
is the second time in this bout that this has happened.
no, but I'm saying that the referee cannot award it, even though he might think that it landed correctly.
The rules state that the referee cannot award hits unless the light has come on, and right now that seems just so unfair. But the rules have been written and they cannot be changed. But for this to happen twice to Vio, she cannot let it get to her. You can see her face glistening with sweat and quite possibly tears of emotion. But there is nothing that can change that score other than another hit against her opponent. Yu Chui will be desperate for this bronze, but Beatrice Viau has fought so hard to get to this point. She just needs one more touch. Yu Chui just needs one more touch. And not allowed. This really is edge. We said it was going to be close,
Wow,
but we couldn't imagine we were going to have 44 points to 44. Sudden death. And just off target again. Viau not trusting the equipment, checking the light.
Who would?
Now working.
Oh, she's got it! Oh my goodness me, she's got it! That is incredible!
Beatrice Viau, this is absolutely history in the making. What a comeback! The 19-year-old, four-time amputee has just brought back a deficit over a fencer the category above her to win the bronze. This is history.
Oh, that is just absolutely amazing, and it was an incredible comeback. It really was. And I said at the beginning, she can't possibly win this on her own, and he can't believe it either. The coach can't believe it, and that was amazing.
Well, you just have to eat your words. I have to eat my words. That was just unthinkable, unbelievable, actually unbelievable. I mean, at the start of this bout, Yu Chui was on 40 points. Beatrice Viau was on 38. She is a category B fencer. Just put this into perspective. She has far less mobility. She is a four-limb amputee up against a fencer in the level above, the category above, the more mobility, the more reach. But not just that, Yu Chui has 3 gold medals from the category above and a silver medal in the individual foil. And now this young Italian has just brought home the bronze medal.
Well,
for
she
Italy.
did, and that's exactly what she did do. She brought home the gold medal, the bronze medal, sorry, for Italy, and it was just an incredible performance. Talk about spirit and talk about that digging factor that is just needed in situations like this. And look at that.
7 points to 4. Incredible.
7-4 against the Paralympic silver medalist from the category 8. And look at that. Well,
This
words can't describe it.
athlete brought us to tears in the commentary box when she stormed to the gold medal in the individual. And she has just done the unthinkable again. This time, even more so. And wow, what scenes. These will be replayed over and over again. When someone says never give up, here is a prime example of why you must always fight to the end. Just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, well, she fought for every single point, and she just never stopped. Like you said, just never, ever give up, and you can't give up, and she just definitely didn't give up. Wow, talk about celebration. Look at the celebrating now. And almost tipping up there, but wow, she doesn't care. She just... That was an amazing job. It really was. Italy, well, they rely on her. Well, we know that, but my goodness me, she just rescued that, and it looked unthinkable, and it didn't look possible, did it?
Surely Beatrice Viau will go back to Italy as a national hero.
Well, she is. I mean, and here we go. The celebrations start. Well, of course, this crowd here as well just love that. And, well, we have to say that that was a really brave effort there from Yu Chui, and
commiserations for
Yeah.
Hong Kong. They have just lost 2 bronze medal matches in succession, the men and then followed by the women. And it looked as though the women were going to turn things around. They had their trump card last, but no one could have expected a 19-year-old wheelchair fencer, 4-limb amputee from the category below to come back from a deficit and clinch that bronze.
Wow, well, we're exhausted here in the commentary position, and that lady there is the reason. Beatrice Vio of Italy, and there's Mum there just celebrating, and she must be so proud of Beatrice Vio. Talk about stealing the show. She just stole everything.
Well, you would be mistaken if you've just joined us for thinking that that was a gold medal match. That was the most significant win of a bronze medal I have ever seen. But whenever there is a winner, there has to be a loser, and in this situation it was a matter of bronze medal or no medal, and it's Italy who are triumphant.
Well, she was in tears when they lost that first round match to Hong Kong, and she was really frustrated. You could tell it was a frustration, and wow, did she turn that on them then.
Family and friends desperately waiting to congratulate this victorious Italian team, and some of the crowd sharing this emotional moment. Well, I don't think these two, Andrea Mogos and Loredana Chidilia, thought when they came off the piste and left it up to Vio that she could quite perform to that level. They knew she is special, but I don't think even they would have thought that she could bring back that bronze medal. Wow, what an atmosphere.
Well,
And still to come, 2 more gold medal matches.
Well, after all of that excitement, we now have the gold medal matches. And we're going to start with the men's. Well, they've been waiting out there, ready to start. And, well, what can you say when you have a medal match like we've just seen? It took everybody's breath away, and now it's their turn. So follow that, and I'm sure they're going to. People's Republic of China against Poland. So Sun Gang, Hu Dailong, and Yi Ryu representing China. What an incredible Chinese team this is. That was their route through. Here's the Polish team, Jacek, Kowalski. We've got Dariusz Penda and Nalwajek, Michael Nalwajek of Poland, 23 years of age, and they know they're up against it, but this was an incredible semi-final that got Poland to this final.
But they have a Rio of 2016 Paralympic medalist.
Look at that team spirit there from China. Disappointment yesterday. Are they going to put it right in this foil final? Well, yet again, they're going to just get all their equipment right, everything set, and then the contest will begin. 45 points. They're aiming for 45, 9 bouts, determining 5-point increments. So right the way through the different the bouts, it will just get more and more exciting, because that's what happens in these team matches. And well, we're a little bit hoarse. I don't know what we're going to be like at the end of these two finals. So we've got the men's and women's finals still to come on this last day. This is the 5th day here at Karaoke 3. But we've just seen some most amazing scenes, we really have. It's been emotional, and we've seen some incredible athletes that have dug in deep and brought back deficits and won medals that we haven't expected. And of course, we have Beatrice Vio, who we've just seen take the bronze medal home for Italy. This is the
first dive to this gold medal match. Yuri, People's Republic of China, up against Michal Nalwajek.
At the beginning of every round, they measure the distance to ensure that the shorter fencer can reach the taller fencer.
Observe que antes de cada combate é feita uma medição do braço do atleta mais baixo, que determina a distância justa entre os atletas.
Tough opener for Michal Nalwajek up against the reigning Paralympic champion in the individual foil. A real dominant force in category A foil fencing. Being on top of his game, winning the individual foil at World Championships every year since 2010, and then just topped it off with another title in the individual foil to add to the previous two Paralympic Games. So quite a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw just absolute, I kept saying it was just confidence, not arrogance, but just has supreme confidence. He really does, of his ability. So he will be one of the main
Referees, please start the bout.
fencers here that China will be looking to rack the points up, but they have such depth in their team.
Well, we saw such a close match in the bronze medal, both the men and the women. On paper, this one might not be quite so evenly matched. This bout, one would expect to be a little dominated by the People's Republic of China, as this man on the left-hand side, Ye Ruiyi, is just at the top of his game and has been for the last 6 years, straight away getting the points on Nalavajek.
Yeah, so explosive and pinpoint accuracy. Oh, there's a point though, and Nalavajek gets a point and celebrates it as well. Well, didn't register, just off.
Mikhail Nalavajek won't be having any expectations. He'll be coming into this bout with an open mind. His first Paralympic Games.
Yeah, just went a little bit too quick there. Yay.
Nalavajek, part of the bronze medal winning Polish team. So he's been on the podium already at the Paralympic Games. And he's guaranteed to be one place higher up. Will it be gold or silver for Poland? So they've got a tough journey to get there. The first to 45 will become the Paralympic champions in this men's team foil.
So slow start, just really feeling each other out just a little bit, and well, that's a second point up there. Second point. Nalavajek happy with that.
Well, Nalavajek will be delighted to see himself 1 point ahead. It's the first to 5 for every bout. You're quickly equalising. But any point for Nalavajek will be a bonus, most probably in his eyes, as he is up against such pedigree in Ye Ruiyi.
Oh, and another one there. Now starting to get his range. 3 points up to Ye. So very, very quickly, 3 points in quick succession there, and another point up there. Nalavajek. Wow, and that was so quick. And 5-3 in the end though, but Nalavajek will be happy with that, because 3 points against the 3-time Paralympic champion.
He certainly should be, and I'm sure the team of Poland We'll take that for an opening bout. Bout 2. Yu Daoliang up against Dariush Penda. Yu Daoliang, category B fencer for China, up against Penda, the higher category for Poland.
Yeah, this is where Poland will want to pick up valuable points. Yu Daoliang, though, picks up a point there. So still 6-4. 1-1. Yu and Penda.
Getting pumped up for this gold medal match. Yu Daoliang. Penta receiving his first warning, the yellow card. Moving away from the on-guard position, initiating the attack just a bit too soon.
He's starting to pick up the points now, Penda. Yu Daoliang was the individual champion in London, but B category, not A, and so it does make a difference. The movement in the chair makes such a difference. But look at that, Yu Daoliang picking up points, such as his class. 9-6.
Well, quickly reaching the 10 points that signal the end of bout 2. Yu Daoliang getting 2 more points than Dariush Penda, and that I expect to be costly for Poland. People's Republic of China now leading Poland by 4 points. And next it's Sun Gang, a category A fencer, up against Jacek Gaworski, Poland's category B. So Poland will have their work cut out if they're just going to maintain the points difference. That could well be the best they could hope for over Sun Gang. Sun Gang already has a full collection from these Paralympic Games. Gold in the individual épée, silver in the team épée, and a bronze in the individual foil in category A. So the bronze medalist from category A is up against 5th place from category B. Doesn't match up on paper, but it is the first to 15, not even the first to 5, as Gaworski will be trailing by 4 at the start of this bout.
So tall order for Gaworski, he knows that, but there are the clamps just to make sure that these chairs don't move.
Preparation is essential for wheelchair fencing. The distance vital between the two fencers. In foil, the tip of the foil must reach the crease of the elbow. Epee and sabre, the tip of the weapon must reach the outside of the elbow. That being because in foil fencing, the arm is not part of the target. It's purely the torso, purely the area that's foil coloured.
So Sung Gang will be looking to pick up points. There's one straight away. So straight into the attack, and two very quick points.
Well, the fencers very aware of their own equipment, and essential that it's all working in such a crucial match. Gold medal at stake.
He looks really pumped up, doesn't he, Sung Gang? Means business here. Oh, that was good. Gaworski there, picking up a point.
Gaworski will be just trying to limit the damage of this bout. Being a category B, a category below Sung Gang of China.
Yeah, just missing there, Sung Gang. Right on target there, though. So now starting to build a lead, China.
Sung Gang using the excessive movement he has in comparison to Gaworski to his advantage. Trying to stretch out the way, but then close the distance so quickly when he is ready to make the attack. And that was absolute lightning speed to seal this bout. Just catching Gaworski's hand in the process. But there's an impressive scoreline. 5 points to 1. Sung Gang over Jacek Gaworski. And the margin that China lead starts to increase. 15 points to Poland 7. Hu Daoliang back on the piste. Michał Nalewajek returns after his opener. A chance for Nalewajek to try and claim back some of those points that have been lost, as he's now up against Hu, the category below.
Hu Daoliang, though, clever fencer, very technical. So picked up a point there. Nalewajek just decides to tighten up his chair. A little bit of movement, and makes such a difference to them when it moves.
One apiece. Nalavajek needs to get to 20 points in total, so he needs another 12 points if he's going to put himself and his team ahead of China. And he can't afford to let Hu Daoling get any closer to that 20 than he already is. And it's not looking good for Poland. This is one of the opportunities they have. Their category A meets category B, and really looking dangerous now. Hu Daoling just 2 points away from sealing the bout.
Yeah, doing a great job here, Hu Daoling. Another point though. Nalavajek pulls one back. Well, I'm not sure, but I think he might just be appealing.
The masks are back on. And the referee awards a point to Nalavajek. 3 apiece on this bout. Nalavajek needing some considerable more points if he's going to put Poland back in contention.
Yeah, well, this is where they can catch up, isn't it, now? Because 20 is the mark. That's what they're aiming for. Nalavajek, he's got to get another 9 points to get there, but he can really catch up the deficit here.
Well, only 1 more point scored than Hu at this stage. And Hu only 2 points away from finishing the bout in the lead. Something just causing Hu some considerable discomfort. Just needing a moment.
Yeah, I think it was just contact and so just get a little bit of feeling back into that arm, shake it off and ready to go. This is a gold medal match, so wake up with a bruised arm in the morning, but it won't matter then.
Coming back from that mini timeout, Hu reacting, putting it 4 apiece, but most importantly putting China just 1 point off the 20 points they need in this bout. Nalavajek doing his best to creep back towards that score that China have opened up, but he needs something a little bit more special than he's managing to show at the moment. Well, there's another 2 ahead of Hu, but still quite a mountain to climb if he's going to reach 20 before Hu Daoling gets 1 more point.
Yeah, doing a great job here, Nalavajek.
Referee just helping Nalavecek change his weapon. All of the weapons have been pre-tested. They will have been stamped to ensure that they've made the approval of the FIE standards, the Fencing International Federation.
Well, Nalavecek was actually born with cerebral palsy and severe kidney disease, and now look at him, absolutely on top of the world. And another point there, Nalavecek. Oh, and he's got it there. It is. So that was an important point for Rio De Janeiro there. And so that 20 puts China quite a bit of the match where they could have lost a lot more points. But he did very well there, Rio De Janeiro.
Confirmation of that 6-point lead that the People's Republic of China maintain. Rui, the champion foilist, now faces Jacek Gaworski. Now this is probably the biggest mismatch on paper. Category B for Poland, Gaworski against Category A, multiple world and Paralympic medalist. And the fact the clock hasn't managed to make it down to 2:59 from 3 minutes before scored 2, just evidence. But Gaworski, a great bonus quick retaliation from Yer.
Just absolute dominance, isn't it? Amazing stuff from Rui, and it's all over very, very quickly. It really is. So another 5 points, 25 points up there to China, just showing their class and their dominance in this final.
Past halfway through the number of bouts, 4 to go. People's Republic of China leading by 10 points. And this is the match for the gold medal. Poland made it through to this final in a dramatic semi-final competition. But now the score's not quite as close as they would have hoped at this stage. Sun Gang for the People's Republic of China now faces Dariusz Pender of Poland. Very quick attack from the left. Sun getting the first point on, and that was incredibly quick by Sun. Tried the same tactic 3 times in a row. And required a parry that time, but receiving a yellow card just after, although only 2 points away from making it to the 30 that he'll need in this bout. Sun Gang just having that point removed as a result of the yellow card, putting him back at 2-0 over Pender. Looking to regain 3-0. Just necessary to move the platform back to the centre of the piste. So much movement comes from the category A fences. That's what makes a difference between A and B.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? The momentum that they gain because they've got more movement in the upper trunk of, and of course the momentum that they build up when they do it.
Sun Gang needs to just really concentrate. He's lost a point from a yellow card and now he's just given a point away to Pender for a red. But soon back moving in the direction he'd be hoping. Just checking the swords are crossed at the start of On Guard.
Wow, how quick was that? That was absolutely incredible. The speed that he went in there and came back out.
Done and dusted. Very quickly. In and out by Sun Gang over Darius Pender.
Well, there you see it, 30-16, and China just controlling this final. This is where they're used to being in control.
Jacek Gaworski, category B. Up now against Hu Daoliang, also category B. So the most even matchup for Gaworski. His chance to get a few more points. So far, Gaworski only 1 point out of his 2 bouts that he's had. And Hu Daoliang not going to give away any easily here to his competitor. Gaworski celebrating his first point on the board.
Yeah, gets the second one. So 18 to Poland now. China on 32.
Great speedy reaction by Gaworski and making up for some of those points that maybe he should have won early on over the fencer from People's Republic of China. How far can Gaworski go before Hu reaches that total of 35? 2 more needed for Hu Daoliang and a heap full of points needed by Gaworski if he's going to change the way this match is going.
Yeah, Gaworski on a good run here.
The coach from Poland just suggesting that Gaworski should ask for the review. The coaches aren't allowed to request such a thing, but they can indicate, as you just saw there, maybe it's a good idea for the athlete to do so. The referee waiting to the master back on before he gives his verdict, and a successful challenge by Poland. Gaworski now 5 points. Suddenly up to 6. The strongest performance we've seen from Jacek Gaworski. the celebration by Dao Liang. And Gavorski awarded 8 points now to Hu Daoliang's 3.
Yes.
Now this is quite unusual, to be honest. Hu Daoliang, a silver medalist from the individual in his category, compared to Gavorski's 5th finish place.
Yeah, he seems to me as if he's just under a little bit of pressure here, Hu Daoliang. Just feeling the pressure. Gets an important one there, though. So
Well,
one more.
Yeah, we just after that final point. Still safe from Gavorski at the moment from Poland, trailing by 10 points overall. But an impressive performance by the Polish fencer. 8 points to Hu's 4. And again, we've got an equipment failure. Referee just wanting to ensure that the jacket is correctly attached. It had just come undone. The cable. And now the point registering again. And the point awarded that Hu needed. Hu Daoliang getting 5 points to Michał Gavorski's 8. But the score still yet to be confirmed. Marson, referee, will deliver his verdict, and the score stands. 8 points for Gavorski to Hu's 5. Not really made too significant a difference on the overall team score, but still an encouraging result. Poland not letting China get any further ahead and just making back a little bit of difference. The overall score still being dominated. People's Republic of China 35, Poland down at 24. Sun Gang now meets Michał Nalewajek, the penultimate bout. 2 bouts left to go before we'll find out who the new Paralympic champions are in this men's foil team match. An early start. And it would have been, but the warning given, so no point given to Sun Gang.
Yeah, just a little bit too lively in that wheelchair. Just both buttocks coming out, I think, and this then up to 40. Four to go then. Well, that wasn't given. So 35 still to China. Nalewajek just staying out of range there. But a good point there for Sun. Sun Gang. Well, that was a point for Nalewajek.
Nalewajek has exceeded a few expectations so far in his performance in these team events. But even to exceed his expectations now would leave quite some considerable margin left to make up.
It would take some performance, wouldn't it, to pull that back, I think. But China, well, Nalewajek gets a yellow card there.
Both Fencers on 1 yellow card apiece. Another warning to either would result in a red card and a point to the opposition. Something that possibly China could afford. Poland, however, cannot afford any mistakes with such a deficit on the scoreboard.
Needing one more point here to take them up to 40, and then it'll be their top fencer to bring them home.
Well, there it is. The score of 40. Signalling the end of bout number 8. Sungang 5. Michał Wajek just the 1. And again, the lead continues to extend now for the clinical People's Republic of China. Just maintaining their calm. They're not being put under any pressure by Poland at this late stage. And now this should just be a matter of process for the very well decorated Rui, who just needs to win 5 points over Dariusz Penda before Penda gets 20.
Yeah, a tough ask against the #1 Paralympic fencer in the world. I think might have just jumped the gun there just a little bit against the yellow card.
Well, you heard Penda himself go, that was a, yep, I just did that. And desperate times can lead to desperate measures. And he knows that it's one of those mountains that's unlikely to be able to be climbed in this session.
Well, here's the brilliance now of Rui, and just picking his opponent off, and brilliant stuff. But a good point there from Penda.
Dariusz Penda still fighting for every point. This is still a Paralympic final, and neither fencer will sit back and let the score happen. Yeah, Rui sounding confident with that little laugh to himself.
Yeah, he was doing it, wasn't he? Yeah, all the way through the competition, and I think it is. It's all over
And
now.
what a way for China. The People's Republic of China just made that look straightforward. The gold medal, the new Paralympic champions in the men's foil team event. Came down to a red card at the end, but that was not what decided this match. It was sheer class. This man, Rui, just dominant in the foil event. For Poland, their big match was that semi-final. And I think they knew they would have had to do something quite incredible if they were going to challenge that team from the People's Republic of China.
Yeah, an amazing performance. They just pulled away, didn't they? And just the consistency there. And the coach just looks that a little bit happier, I have to say. And that was an amazing performance from China. China supreme. That man there, just that little giggle that he has, that laugh that tells you everything.
It's a polite air of confidence, and having time to speak with the Polish coach and the Polish fencers. And now the People's Republic of China can appreciate the crowd. They know they delivered some very top-class skilled fencing. And that was very evident to Poland as well. They knew that it was going to be tough. And Rui had some immense confidence, and rightly so, going into that final bout. He knew himself that he was more than capable of winning the gold. Poland were so delighted and ecstatic when they won their semi-final match. They knew it guaranteed them a Paralympic medal, and now they have that Paralympic medal. The gold and silver medal winning teams exit the Carioca arena to cheers and singing by this crowd. So the final scores, the final ranking: People's Republic of China, the new gold medalist; Poland settling for silver in that match, and it was an ecstatically close battle for the bronze. France will be on the podium, Hong Kong, China just missing out. Very shortly it'll be the final gold medal match of the wheelchair fencing event here at the Paralympic Games, the very final match of these 5 days of nail-bitingly exciting, dramatic competition in Carioca Arena 3. And here they come, the team of Hungary leading out the team from the People's Republic of China. Moving to the crowd, the Hungarian team. Followed by People's Republic of China. Being introduced to the crowd. Two teams will battle it out. First to 45. So he will be crowned the new Paralympic champions. The Hungarian team: Dani Gyöngy, Eva Andrea Hayazmi, Jana Kaniak. There's the route they took, just beating Hong Kong by 1 point in their semi-final to make it through to this final. Team of China. Zhao Jingjing, Rong Jing and Zhang Chunsui. Slightly smoother route through for the People's Republic of China. And they beat Hungary 45-34 in the pool. And that would indicate that the People's Republic of China certainly be the favourites in this gold medal match. Zuzana Krajniak already been on the podium at these Paralympic Games. The 37-year-old winning the bronze in the individual foil, 4th in the individual FA. And again a medal in the team FA. First up, Zuzana Krajniak against Zhang Junsui.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have a unique opportunity to listen to our commentators on FA Radio. We have in the venue. Please set your phone on the radio station 95.1 and use your headphones in order not to disturb other spectators. You must also listen to the radio at the entrance of the venue. And don't
Zhang Junsui. Not yet won a medal at these Paralympic Games. This her final opportunity. The only member of this Chinese team yet to do so. Well, she's guaranteed a medal, but it's still to be decided as to whether it will be a gold or a silver for the People's Republic of China or Hungary. Showed so much emotion when on the podium with her teammates after the Team Epee bronze. Her component Zhang Junsui yet to experience that feeling at these Paralympic Games. Preparations made ahead of this first bout of the 9 that will decide the new Paralympic champions.
Referees, please start the bout.
Both teams will be aware of their opponents as they met first thing today in the pools. It was the People's Republic of China that were victorious over Hungary 45-34 on their journey through to this final. Zhang making the first attack.
Well, no points so far. So with, oh, look at the range of movement there. That was incredible. What a point there for Krajniak. Well, really using that movement in the chair. Well, 1 point is only the beginning, but a long way to go, and every point is going to be very valuable at the end.
Zhang Chansui, the least experienced of the Chinese duo, up against Zsuzsanna Kaniak, the most decorated of the Hungarians from these Paralympic Games. Lifting from the chair, the warning given to Zhang.
Yeah, got to keep one part of the buttock in touch with the seat, and if it doesn't, then they get the yellow card.
Quite a steady start to this opening bout.
Yeah, it started off tight, hasn't it?
You wouldn't expect it to be quite so tight if you look at the overall scoreline. But it is the first to 45, so a long way to go until the gold medal is decided.
Yeah, it is. It's a long way, but it'll all start to heat up as we go through the different bouts, 9 bouts. This is just the first one, and well, that clock there that you see there we won't see the 3 minutes go down because it's actual fighting time. Just off target there. That's when the white lights come on. Now then, well, the referee has to decide. If it's a double hit, then of course the main aim is to find out who has priority or who had priority, who initiated the move. Well, big celebrations from both, and the referee wasn't too sure about that, so straight to the video, have a look. Second point to Zhang. Oh, now starting to pile the points up. 4-1 to China.
Both fencers celebrating equally for that double touch, but it can only go one way, and this time it's the People's Republic of China. Zhang Chansui. He rounds it up 5-1 over Zsuzsanna Kaniak.
Yeah, that was an important one, wasn't it? The first one, just to get the points on the board and build up a little bit of a lead.
Straight on to bout 2. Wong Jin up against Kyogongi Dani. Kraniak and Dani were both part of the épée bronze medal winning team for Hungary one day earlier. Wang Jing was part of the gold medal winning team of the épée for China. But more importantly right now, as it's the foil fencing, she is the Category A Paralympic champion up against Category B Dani Gyongyi of Hungary.
Yeah, this is where they'll really want to get the points, build up a lead, and gets a yellow card there, just too quick off and to start. Well, just straight ahead by 6 points. Wasn't happy with the foil. Just gets that little bit of a bend in the foil.
Wrong. Leading with 2 points. Another warning. This time going to Dani for leading too quickly at the start. Prematurely, I should say. Sack from the right, but no point. Clear explanations coming from the referee. Every movement she witnesses and how she comes to her decision. But until a light appears on the box, then no hit can be awarded anyway. But that was valid by wrong.
Yeah, this is up to 10. This bout. So China just 2 points off it.
Speedy reaction by Wang Jing. And quickly concluded. 10 points to 1. Well, the end result of this match in the pools was Hungary trailing by 11, and they're already trailing by 9. So is this going to be a repeat? If so, Hungary are going to have to stay within pretty much the deficit that they've already found themselves in. Next up, Zhao Jingjing against Eva Andre Hajmasi. First time onto the piste for these two fencers in this final match. This match will decide the gold medalists from the women's team foil event, but this also the actual final match, the final event that will be held in Karaoke Arena after the 5 days of action-packed wheelchair fencing.
Yeah, it really has been action-packed, and we've just seen so much here, and the atmosphere in Karaoke 3 has been just incredible. Well, China looked to me to be absolutely on a run here. Final, of course, totally different than first round But you have to get past the first round, of course, to get to this stage. But this is for the gold medal.
People's Republic of China currently unbeaten. The team of Hungary only beaten once, but that has been by the People's Republic of China.
The yellow card just went just a little bit too quickly. Zhao. This time, but 12 points to 1, and was that a point for Hamazi?
Off target by Zhao. Hajmasi getting her first point on the scoreboard. Hungary 2 points to China's 12. It's only the third bout, but already a 10-point margin between the two teams.
Yeah, they're really going to town, aren't they, China? They're in gold medal mode, and you can tell, just so hungry for it.
A review has been requested. The referee has a chance to go and watch the replay from varying angles. And yeah, just explaining what she saw. Fencers removing their masks and just staying relaxed. All the fencers will have 3 bouts each, and each time a different opponent. That will take us to the total of 9. In the deciding bout, we'll see Rong Jing and Zhuzhana Kaniak contest the final points that will decide the final scores.
Well, something seems to be not quite right. I think it might be her foot. Sometimes just slips through the grate. She wants it on the stand.
Zhao Jingjing currently 3 points to Hajmasi's 1. And that's now up to 2. But Zhao is a category B. So it was an opportunity for Hungary to actually crawl back some of that deficit, but they have not. And People's Republic of China, Zhao, quite delighted with that result. 5 points to Hajmasi's 2.
Yeah, for the ones that have just joined us, the difference between the B classification and A is just the movement, really. More movement for classification A than B. But when we get a match where it's B against A, then normally the A categories would want to pick up a couple of points or some points. As a team, certainly that would be the tactic.
Now Zhang Chunsui will face Gyeonggi Danny of Hungary. So the tables are turned in the sense of the categories. Zhang from category A, Danny from B. And quickly getting a point on. Danny, the category B fencer, over Zhang of the higher category. So a positive start by Hungary. Soon brought back one apiece now.
Current world champion Zhang. Won that in 2015 in Ega, Hungary. Now starting to get the points.
As expected. Different category and possibly a different class. Zhang Chunsui. And Danny knows she reacted too quickly, almost admitting it herself straight away there.
Yeah, just trying to get a quick start. When you're up against somebody of Zhang's ability, that you need a quick start, and that's why. So that's all over.
Well, a quick start. It was a quick finish for Zhang Chunsui. 5 points to Gyeonggi Danny's 1. A little reflection, raise of the eyebrows by Danny. Outclassed on that occasion. Well, this lead really is extending for the People's Republic of China. 20 points to Hungary's 4. Zhao Jingjing for the People's Republic of China. Now face Zuzana Kaniak of Hungary. Zhao Jingjing, category lower than Kraniak. So another opportunity for Hungary to make some inroads. And they need to make the most of this, because this is the final time that Hungary will have a category A fencer against China's category B.
Yeah, and of course, when it's the other way around, that's when China are just capitalizing on it. Zhao Jingjing, ready to go. Kraniak, ready to go. So yellow card for Zhao. Lightning fast reflexes.
Referee calling for some assistance. The score remains Hungary with 16 points to make up.
Yes, this is up to 25. So she has an absolute mountain, doesn't she, to climb, Krajniak.
Well, she's starting at the bottom. She's already moving up. 2 points. 14 to go to equalise.
Yeah, she's got to try and hold on. And in fact, she needs to get to 25, remember. Zhao.
Just correcting the shape of the blade before getting another point on the board. Zuzana Krajniak in great form here against Zhao Jingjing. The Hungarian really on fire. Can she actually claw this back? It would be quite something if she did.
Wouldn't that be just amazing? It's a great effort from Krajniak.
And she is getting more and more vocal with every point she gets. 5-0, Krajniak over Zhao. Still some margin to go, but Zhao yet to get a point on.
Yeah, this could be a long bout, this one.
First point for Zhao. We have one closer to the 25. Will end this bout. The first to 25. Could Krajniak beat Zhao to 25 points overall? Zhao asking for the video review. Krajniak, Hungarian, 6 points. So Zhao's 1. The referee will deliver his verdict once the masks are on. Score remains unaltered.
Another point there to Krajniak. This is a great comeback from the Pole, from the Hungarian.
Zhao's 1. But the important score is the 21 to 11. The first to 25 will have the lead after 5 bouts.
Well, remember, this is just still the 5th bout. There's still plenty more to come.
Is brought back on guard. No points awarded following those movements. Really trying to make the most of her reach. Zhao just coming up short on her target. The far jacket of Kraniak.
This is an incredible comeback. It really is. And this is how it can happen. Zhao will be wishing, well, I'm going to say she'll be wishing that she could improve on that 21, but there it is, 22 points now. She needs to get out of there. So another point up there to Zhao. Just 2 points needed now. So now starting to find her range.
Started so well against Zhao, but China now just one away from sealing this bout. And while the referee is disallowed, Zhao so close, so desperate for one more point. Kraniak just able to lean out of the reach of Zhao. Again, just catching Kraniak on her leg.
Trying to stay out of range there, Kraniak. Well, you could say she's not giving up on this. She's fighting hard here, Kraniak.
9 points to 4. The yellow card shown. Just a warning. Zhao desperate for one more point to end this bout. And there it is. Zhao Jingjing finishing it off, but she did lose a few points to Zuzana Kraniak. A gallant effort. 9 points by the Hungarian to the 5 of Zhao. So a slight inroads into that score. China still with a considerable lead. 25 points to 13. Wang Jing now faces Eva Andrea Hajmasi. Hajmasi would have been spurred on by watching Kraniak add up the points for the team. But Wrong will be ready to put some more points back on the board and quickly for China. And it certainly is quickly for the first point.
But it really is accumulating points, isn't it? just explain a little bit about bending the
Well, occasionally if you catch
blade.
the wrong hit, the blade can bend backwards. You won't have the same feel, the same accuracy, point control. Just needs a very slight curve in a downwards direction to be able to deliver the hits that you need. It's about closer than one might expect at the opening stages, one apiece.
Yeah, Hajimaji did well.
Hajimaji, the only fencer in the Hungarian team without a medal at these Paralympic Games. Just made it into the quarterfinals in the individual foil.
A little change today.
Well, she is guaranteed a medal, as is wrong, as are China. China getting ever closer to the gold.
Just needs to get to 30 in this bout.
That was an impressive hit and an impressive celebration of the hit.
Yeah, just full of confidence, all of them, aren't they?
Oh, wrong. Got there. 5-1 over Hajimaji. A slightly slow start for China in that bout, but not really causing them too many difficulties. And it's looking more and more likely that the People's Republic of China are on their way to their second victory over Hungary. 30 points to 14 with just 3 bouts left to go. Zhao Jingjing against Gyeonggi Dani. This the meeting of the two Category B fencers.
Well, that was
Gyeonggi
Danny's
Dani
point, yeah.
off to a quick start over Zhao. Zhao already has 3 medals from these Paralympic Games, and she's guaranteed a 4th.
Yeah, it's been an amazing tournament for China, hasn't it?
Well, it was 2 golds, both in épée. The silver in the foil for Zhao in Category B. But she could be about to add another gold to the épée medals. Catching up in this individual bout between Dani and Zhao. Dani, though, doing her best to prevent Zhao from keeping up on the scores.
Oh, another one for Dani. 5-2 ahead in their head-to-head.
Zhao needs 3 more points to round up this bout. Making sure the hair is out of the face, and the hair also has to be behind the mask. Can't be coming forwards, coming out underneath the mask and getting in the way of the jacket. Not only for safety, but also it would prevent the foil scoring from the opponent if there was any surface in the way of the foil bib or the foil jacket. Zhao trying to get to those 35 points that China need in this bout. Danny has brought Hungary up to 20 points. And now China starting to run away with it again. And Zhao Jingjing just found some form at the end. Whereas Danny Jiangji 6 points, Zhao Jingjing's 5. So China just losing one to Hungary. That's not even going to put a dent in the overall score at this stage.
No, it's not. There we go. 35 points. Hungary 20. And so now we have Zhang Chunji. And against Hamasi, Andrea Hajimasi.
Just 2 bouts remain. China 10 points away from the gold medal. Hungary currently 25. These teams met in the pools, the openers at the beginning of the day. China were dominant, winning by 11 points. At the moment, Hungary are trailing by 15, so we could expect a bit of a comeback from the Hungarians in these final 2 bouts.
They're fighting hard, aren't they? They really are.
Great reach from Zhang. First point going to the left. A little bit too quick off the mark. That was Zhang the yellow card went to. It looked as though Hajmasi had gone too soon, but the referee spotted some movement from Zhang.
Well, definitely that's going to go Hajimasi. So the card will go 1 apiece. Just off target.
A very slow scoring bout between Zhang and Hajmasi. But that's just going to give a point away to Zhang. The red card after the yellow warning. The lead now stretched to 17 points. Hajmarsi bringing it back to 16. 2-1 in this bout to Zhang.
Just wanted to check to see if she had a connection. Just one more bout after this. Another point there for Hajmarsi. And she knew she'd got that one.
A lot of movement, a lot of change of attack and counter-attacks in that series of movements. But at the end of it, no change to the scores.
Zhang just having a little bit of a problem. To close the distance, and 3-2 in their personal battle here, Hajmarsi and Zhang.
Well, this very tightly contested bout between Zhang and Hajmarsi. Hajmarsi leading the individual bout by just 1 point. But the important score for the medal, 37-23 to China. Seating position of Zhang not straight enough in the referee's opinion, so another point awarded to Hajmarsi as a result. Now the Hungarian has a 5-2 lead over Zhang.
Yeah, pulling points back here. Zhang just doesn't seem to be able to find the target.
Zhang will just be keen to get those next 3 points on target and finish this bout.
Yeah, this is a long bout, isn't it? It really is.
Hajmarsi not making things easy. for Zhang. Zhang, one would expect to be the stronger fencer in this match between herself and Hajmasi, but at the moment Hajmasi leading 5 points to Zhang's 2.
Oh my. Well, that's another point. Another red card there, just for not sitting correctly in the chair.
Nothing gets past these referees.
Oh, well, I think she wants to get more range of movement. She's just out of range, seems out of range to me. And that's why she's trying to get a little bit of an advantage. The frustration coming in now from Zhang. Just gets a point. One step closer.
Hajmasi reacting to that. Taking it 7 points to 3. Zhang still 2 off, sealing this bout. Off target by Hajmasi. Zhang getting another point on target. It's been a while. She needs one more to end this bout. And there it is. And the celebrations of Zhang Shunsui prove that that point was vital. Strong effort by Eva Andre. Hajmasi 7 points over Zhang Chunsui's 5. But not really going to make any difference on this overall total, as the People's Republic of China have a 13 points lead going into the final bout. Rong Jing for China will now face Zsuzsanna Kraniak for Hungary. These next 5 hits for Rong, if they can be secured before Kraniak can score 18, then China will be Paralympic champions. And as well it's starting, it might not be that far away.
Just so aggressive, she really is. Kraniak just trying to lean away there, just to create that little bit of distance. Fencing well, Kraniak. So close now, China. 3 points.
Rong Jing already has 2 gold medals from these Paralympic Games. She's now 3 points away from adding a 3rd. Zsuzsanna Kraniak has 2 bronze medals from these games. She's looking more likely that she'll be adding a silver medal to that collection. Apologies from Rong, as she has just caught Kraniak badly on the outside of the arm. The Hungarian bent over, double in pain.
Yeah, she knew that it landed wrong, didn't she?
There it was. On the elbow. Hungarian still having initiated her movement, continued on to fight back to wrong, but not an intentional.
No, they're always
hit.
very apologetic, aren't they? You know, when something like that happens, and it isn't intentional, is it? It's just part of the game.
I can't imagine that this ice spray is going to manage to go through the thick Kevlar of a fencing jacket, but Kraniak seeming to recover.
Well, I bet it will be a little bit stiff tomorrow for sure, but just a few points left in this final.
A few points for China, and if it was to turn around, a lot of points for Hungary. Zhuzhan Kraniak, mask back on. Wang Ying preparing for her final 3 points that she needs to bring it home for the People's Republic of China to add another gold. The warnings still being handed out at these late stages in this match.
To take advantage of it now. Rongjing, look at that. Brings it to within 2 points.
Rongjing celebrating wildly. She is 1 point away from another gold medal for her country, for her team, to add to her collection. Zhuzhan Kraniak of Hungary just trying to get some consolation points on the board, but it's Rongjing who does it again for the People's Republic of China. She now makes that a tally of 3 gold medals. The team of China are crowned Paralympic champions in this women's foil team event, and it looked fairly certain from the early stages. They started with a 5-1 lead in the opening bout, and they didn't look back.
No, that was an amazing performance. They just built on those early points, and it just pulled away from them in the end, didn't it? So a double gold for China. What an amazing tournament they've had at this Paralympic wheelchair fencing. Massive celebrations now. Smiles are all over now for China. Their team has been absolutely formidable. It's not just the odd 1 or 2 fences, but it's the absolute depth that they have all the way through the squad. Credit to Hungary. Hungary fought hard all the way. Zhuzhan Kraniak having some amazing bouts and pulling very valuable points back. Yeah, don't go away. 2 victory ceremonies, men's and women's foil team competition, and we're going to be right there with you. So People's Republic of China, gold medal here. Hungary get the silver. Italy, after that momentous bronze medal match, get the bronze. Hong Kong, China, 5th place. And, well, we've had and been treated to some amazing fencing, and we've seen all sorts here. We really have. Kalioka 3 Arena played host to these wheelchair fencing competitions, and it's been a great 5 days. That crowd there have been superb all the way through. Great support. to the men's victory ceremony. And the team's just on the way out. Well, once again, it's been an amazing day for China. But let's not forget the other medalists as well. Poland, fine silver medal for them, and a well-deserved bronze as well for France. Never stopped battling, did they, the French? Can't say enough for the People's Republic of China. Just the depth and the sheer class that they have. The depth of brilliance within their squad.
The medals will be presented by the governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
The IBC governing board member, Mr. Jarius Magallo, will be presenting the medals.
Accompanied by the president of the International Wheelchair and Amputee Sports.
And IWAS President Mr. Paul Deves will be assisting.
Bronze medal.
Medalha de bronze.
Well, it was an emotional journey to get there, and now it's time to celebrate. The team of France come forward to collect their bronze medals. It was so close for so much of the journey. Ludovic Lemoine. Now this man, Damien Chakatlian, really fought for every single point with every ounce of energy he could muster. Maxime Vallée, the jubilant bronze medal winning French team.
Yeah, Damien Chakatlian, absolutely, like you said, they brought him in for his experience, and in the end, it meant so much, didn't it, to the final result. Went down to the wire, but in the end, he stayed cool. Big sigh of relief when they managed to just do it, but it was a brilliant performance from France. Bronze medalists in the men's team foil.
Silver medal.
Medalha de prata.
Well, the
Poland.
biggest match for this team was in the semi-finals. The silver medalists from Poland had such a tough battle to make it into the gold medal match. They were absolutely delighted when they knew they were guaranteed a medal. Jacek Gaworski picking up his first medal at these Paralympic Games. Michał Nalewajek adding a silver to the team medal he had from the épée, alongside his teammate Dariusz Pender, who also adds silver to the bronze from the team épée.
Yeah, terrific performance from Poland. Like you say, the big one for them was the semi-final, and they knew they were up against it with this incredibly strong Republic of China team. It was always going to be difficult, but a terrific performance, well-deserved silver medal for Poland.
Well, no one could stop them from the start of the day until the gold medal match. They were just a class above. The People's Republic of China come forwards to receive their gold medals. Hu Daoliang, Sun Gang adds a 4th Paralympic medal from these games to his collection. And this man, who is so well decorated, Yuri, gold medalist in the individual foil and now gold medalist in the team.
Yeah, what can you say about him? I mean, he really is just a class above, and the whole of this Chinese team, just a real class act. And it's the depth that they have all the way through in all of the classifications. But what a performance. There was no doubting that gold medal. They led all the way through and never let the lead go.
Men's team foil Paralympic champions. And now they turn to the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Hino da República Popular da China.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Senhoras e senhores, os medalhistas.
The medalists from the men's team foil, People's Republic of China, in the middle and on the top, flanked by silver medalists Poland, bronze medalists of France.
So now we can all be friends for a little while anyway. Well, there's a great picture. Look at that.
Unity on the podium. All of the fencing has now finished in this Carioca arena.
Yeah, Ryu led that. He wanted everybody to put their hands together.
And now the medals that these fencers have won over the past 5 days can truly be celebrated. No more fencing matches at these Paralympic Games, but plenty of wonderful memories to take home.
Well, some very happy faces for all the medalists. And here come China. And here's one very happy. French team as well. Just the women's final medal ceremony, and it's just about to happen, so stay with us. So here they come. The women's victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's foil team.
Thumbs up for all the medalists. Waves from the Italian team. There's a cheeky bronze medalist, Beatrice Vial, just teasing her teammates.
Yeah, there was some drama, wasn't there? There was some incredible stuff, some great action, and also some big smiles now. And again, this Chinese team just so superior and incredible. This young lady here, Beatrice Vial, we said at the beginning, we said, is it possible that it's not possible that she could carry a complete team, but she didn't carry the complete team, but she did a pretty good job of helping them to win that bronze medal, that's for sure.
The medals will be presented by the governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
As medalhas serão entregues pelo membro do Conselho Executivo do Comitê Paralímpico Internacional.
Presenting the medals, the IPC governing board member, yes, Morgalo.
Accompanied by the president of the International Wheelchair and Amputee Sports.
President of IWAS, Paul De Pass, will be accompanying the medal presentation. Getting ready to accept their bronze medal. So excited for this moment. It is the team of Italy, Andrea Mogos, Loredana Trigelia and Beatrice Vial. It's not very often you see quite so much celebration at a bronze medal, but if you witnessed the fight, you would be rejoicing with them. It was just emphatic, the performance. They came back at the very end. It was a deficit that looked unimaginable to climb back from. Hong Kong had the lead, but it was this athlete, Beatrice Vial, who just did the unthinkable and brought them back to win that bronze medal match.
Yeah, it was just incredible. Like you say, if you weren't there, then it was such a shame, because we were honoured to be there and to be a part of it. It was just right to the very end, undecided, but the absolute brilliance of Beatrice Vial just ensured that Italy won that bronze medal, and the celebrations, well, the whole stadium was celebrating.
The bronze medal winning team from Italy. The smiles are not going to disappear anytime soon. The celebrations after that winning point were just historical. And the silver medal goes to the jubilant Hungarian team of Giovanni Dani, Eva Andrea Hajmarsi and Zuzana Kraniak. Gyeonggi Dani coming forwards to get her silver, the second medal of these games. Eva Andrea Hajmarsi, the first Paralympic medal for the youngest team member, and Zuzana Kraniak, the experienced fencer that she is, still delighted at another medal, a silver this time for the team of Hungary.
Yeah, well, Kraniak absolutely dug in, didn't she? She saved so many points, and that's the thing about the team competition. is there are moments there where you can save points and pull your team back into it, and that's exactly what she did. It was a great performance and a well-deserved silver medal.
I've just gone one better today after the bronze in the épée team for Kraniak and Danny, and now the first time on a Paralympic podium for Hajmasi.
Gold medal and Paralympic champions, medalha de ouro e campeãs paralímpicas. People's Republic of China.
Unstoppable
República Popular da China.
from the very start. They just showed their class throughout. The People's Republic of China are now Paralympic champions in the women's team foil. Rongjing, Zhang Chunsui and Zhao Jingjing. Such champions, such class fencers. Rongjing adding her third gold medal to her collection. Zhang getting her first Paralympic medal from these games. And Zhao Jingjing making that her third, her second gold from Rio 2016.
Yeah, just look at everybody together there, the whole team. Everybody there as a team and pulling for each other. And their squad, well, what a squad. Could you imagine having that depth to draw on? Every one of them Paralympic medalist or a world champion or a former world champion. So what a day for China.
It certainly has been. And it'll now be another opportunity to listen to the national anthem of China.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists. Senhoras e senhores, as medalhistas paralímpicas.
Victorious teams from the women's team foil. In the middle, yet again, it's the People's Republic of China. So used to this position on the podium in the wheelchair fencing at these Paralympic Games. Rong, Zhang and Zhou are now, they all become united. Hungary with the silver, Italy just absolutely delighted with their bronze. Every fencer with a story to tell from these Paralympic Games. Well, this is now coming to the conclusion of the proceedings at the wheelchair fencing. What a way to end these 5 days with more emotion than anyone could have imagined. Multiple medalists, so many of these fencers. Right now, it is these medals that they are celebrating. some celebration for this Italian team. Fought for every single point. And it paid off in the end.
So the dancing begins. I don't think it's ever going to end either. Crowd, they'll join in, that's for sure. Very proud mum there. Beatrice Vio, an absolute star.
Party growing for Italy.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to end tonight. I don't think it'll be an early night, that's for sure. So, an Italian picture, of course.
Jubilant scenes from inside the Carioca Arena. This victory was not expected for the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this session. We'd like to thank you for attending and hope to see you in Tokyo in 2020 for the Women and Men Team World Competitions.
Senhoras e senhores, encerramos aqui as competições de esgrima da Rio 2016. Agradecemos a sua presença e esperamos vê-los em Tóquio 2020.
Thank you to all volunteers. Without their support, this event would not be possible.
Agradecemos aos voluntários a sua participação. Foi muito importante para a realização deste evento.
Wow, what an incredible tournament this wheelchair fencing has been. Incredible fencing, drama and emotion has been part of this wonderful tournament here in Rio de Janeiro for the last 5 days of competition, and we've seen the domination of China and some amazing individual performances as well. One in particular, of course, Beatrice Vio. Her name will be on everybody's lips for years to come. We've had an amazing time commentating here in Rio from both of us, Heather and I. Until the next time, it's goodbye for now.